Okay, sorry about that. Gosh, I am so sorry. Okay, so geez, I am so sorry. Okay, so just wanted to give you guys an update on what's happening. This is some major breaking news. Obviously, we've been covering this whole topic from yesterday, last night. We went live right as it began. Probably one of the only channels out there that gave in-depth analysis and or coverage of all the different feeds. Now, there's a lot of people out there doing feeds and sharing information. Obviously, there's good podcasters, but what sets BP News apart is that we kind of go into the deep dive of what it actually is that you're seeing and what is actually coming, giving you a little prognosticating, foreshadow of what we know is about to hit the fan. And that's what I'm going to do again today. And I've tried to tell people that your gas prices are going to triple, your food is going to disappear in your stores, and there's probably going to be terror events in your local area. We're talking about sleeper cells. And you're going to see just a general all-out global war unfold. And that's what you're seeing now. You're seeing the UK is now participating. You got the UAE. All of these Middle Eastern countries are going to go to war. And you're seeing this unfold. Now, I would expect China to make a move now, here real soon on Taiwan. Things are popping off all over the world, South America, Cuba, Mexico. Don't be surprised if it don't happen in your city. Okay, just to give you a heads up on the seriousness of God's judgments. Okay, and not even that. You don't even know the end, the half of it. If you don't know your Bible, and you haven't been listening to my crazy prophecies about things that you probably think, you wrote off because it sounded absolutely crazy. Now you might be paying attention. Okay, I want to tell you something. So, did you see what they called the operation? The U.S., what Trump called, this is Trump. Did you see what he called it? How many of you guys saw the name of the operation? You guys can't hear me? Can you guys hear me okay? Testing 1, 2. I can hear it. Hear me? The sound is on. Mama Bear, you can't hear me? Okay, she's probably far back in the feed. Some people might still be looking at the earlier part of the feed. Okay, so Epic Fury, there we go. Timothy, you just said it exactly right. Epic Fury. Now, you know how we've been chronicling all these fulfillments of prophecy that Donald Trump is fitting right into the end-time global dictator that would begin the whole process of unfolding war by promoting it through peace, because this is what the Bible says would happen. This little horn, who would have 10 heads and seven heads and 10 horns, and that's exactly what the Board of Peace is. It's the 10. There's 10 mid-tier board members, and there's 7 top-tier board members. Trump being at the very tippy top of the chairman of the Board of Peace. And that he would begin, and there's all these prophecies we've chronicled that Trump fits into. Now, this name that has been given to this operation, think about this. What does epic mean? What does epic mean? And I'm going to show you the scripture. This is a fulfillment of scripture right here. And I made mention of this last night when I heard about the name of the operation. Okay, let's go to epic. Let's go to the synonyms of what epic means. What is the synonyms for epic? It's like huge. It's like great. It's like massive, right? Blockbuster, grand, monumental, great. Okay. What does fury mean? Wrath. Wrath. Okay. Fury, great, wrath. Great wrath. What does the Bible say about great wrath? The devil has been cast down to you, for he knows that his time is short and he is filled with wrath. He is filled with great wrath. I think it says great wrath. I'm going to pull it up for you guys right here. King James Version says, let me just pull it I'm pulling it up right now. I know a lot of people are like, well, what does this have to do with what's going on? Well, it has everything to do with what's going on. This is a religious war. This is a spiritual battle. This is an end-time prophetic fulfillment. And if you don't know what the Iranians believe, you should, because it's going to affect your life. Whether or not you believe in God or believe in demons or not, it's going to affect your life. Okay? So all you people out there that don't have any kind of belief, well, you should understand what you're dealing with here. Rejoice, therefore rejoice, you heavens, and you that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, epic fury, for he knows that he has but a short time. He knows his time is almost up. Okay, he is filled with epic fury, and he is causing great destruction. By saying peace and security, behold, sudden destruction comes upon them like a woman in travail, and they will not escape. And we were telling everybody, this was leading to war. He has words that he speaks like butter and oil, but in his heart are drawn swords. He's going to deceive people into this belief. Trust the plan. Everything is going to be great. He speaks great swelling words, great boasts. He makes great boasts, and he knocks off kings here and knocks off kings there as a small horn begins to rise. And what is a horn? A horn is a trump. If you don't know what a trump is in the old covenant and in the Jewish tradition, it is a shofar. It is a trump. It is a horn. They call it a horn, okay, or a trump. The last trump, at the last trump. The sound of the last trump it talks about. And so what is the little horn? The little horn, obviously. You couldn't see that? Okay, so let me get a better version here. Let me see if I can post this again so you can see it better. Great wrath, right there. He is filled with epic fury. Now, for those who don't know how this fits in with prophecy, and this is everything we've been telling you is coming. And we've been showing you how it's been chronicled, how it's unfolding every single day, especially in the last 2 years. There has been an escalation of these fulfillments. And this is why we know, because we know what prophecy teaches. I've been studying prophecy for a long time, not like your average armchair analyst that's just kind of cerebrally takes, that's just looking at, and I'm sorry, I've got these chicks in the background that are twerping in the background. We've got little chicks that we're hatching here. I want to go into the reasons why and this is what our prophetic deep dive is going to be tonight. So today is Saturday, right? Yeah. Okay. So Saturday, 6 o'clock tonight, we're going to go into all the depth of this. And I want to make sure that you guys all get what I'm trying to explain here. And sometimes I don't do the best job of getting it out. I would say, like Paul said, I don't really have, I'm explaining things that are very spiritual and very broad in their context. And you have to see the big picture. So sometimes it's hard to get to the actual point. And that's the whole thing. That's the only reason why Jesus spoke in parables, was because seeing, they're not going to see, hearing, they're not going to hear, their hearts are not going to perceive. And this is because they're not ready to hear it anyway. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to be able to endure or even understand the context because they don't have a heart to perceive it in the first place. And that has a lot to do with the condition of your heart, whether or not you've truly repented and gotten right with God. But what I really want to reveal through the scriptures, and this is really not me, it's the Spirit of God that reveals these things to you. You have to see the connections to prophecy that has been unfolding under Donald Trump all the way back to 2016. Actually, this has been going way back. We've chronicled so much information on Donald Trump, but most people have dismissed it because it just sounds fantastical. It doesn't sound like it even connects, okay? But if you're a person that really has studied prophecy, even in a cursory way, you might have your ideas and your timelines, and so you discount what we're saying because we're telling you that we're in the middle of the tribulation. And so you might not want to give it a mind of attention because you're supposed to be, if you're a pre-tribber, you're supposed to have already been raptured out of here by now. But if you find out that maybe your eschatology has been taught to you in error, your belief of the end times and the study of it has been askew, then you're going to discount what I'm saying because you're in the middle of the tribulation. And we're going into the Great Tribulation now, okay? This is exactly what Revelation chapter 12 speaks about. This is when the devil is cast down to the earth. This is when their disclosure of aliens. This is what Trump is doing. He's going to have his board of peace. This is exactly what the Bible says would happen. He would be the chair of that board of peace. It would be a global governance. He'd be right there in the middle of the Middle East, right there by Israel. He'd pitch his royal tents between the sea and the Holy Mount, exactly what he's doing. And this whole thing with this war breaking out is also another confirmation of this. Now it's called epic fury. And this is exactly what Scriptures teaches. So look at Revelation 12. And we've gone into the Revelation 12 passage as well, and how that connected to October 7th, and how this began the time clock ticking, this whole ticking of the time clock. We saw that in the actual constellation. If you go back on my Rumble page, you go back to September 28th, I think it was, of 2023, I told you 1 week ahead of the attacks inside of Iran or inside of Israel that the constellation was in alignment with Revelation 12. I know that sounds beyond, anybody's belief that this could actually be happening right now, but it was on that day, and I said that this portended war and chaos for Israel 1 week before, not even 1 week. I said this was chaos and war in accordance with Revelation 12 passage, because that's all about the constellation and the way it would look when the devil is cast down. The woman and the great dragon, right here. Now, this is a little bit of what you're going to get tonight. We're going to have a conversation on Zoom. I may do a broadcast here on YouTube, but if you're invited, if you're a patron, to be involved in the conversation. All right, so if you want to get in there and talk about prophecy on a deep level with me, we've only got a certain amount of seats. You come on in and support the channel and become a patron. Otherwise, just get the information right on YouTube, the basic information that we're putting out there. We're not trying to in any way withhold any information behind a paywall, but we need to be supported in what we're doing here. They're saying the Ayatollah is dead, and Israel says, let's see here. Ayatollah Khomeini is dead, and Israel says they have recovered his body. What? You got to be kidding me. Seriously. What? They recovered his body? This is coming from a pretty reliable source. Hold on. This is just now breaking right now. Netanyahu says in the coming days we will see the striking of thousands of targets inside of Iran. Wow. What in the world? There is so much going on right now. I can't even believe all the stuff that's happening right now. I am just... Unconfirmed so far, but everyone is claiming that Ahmadinejad and Shamkhani have been killed. Ahmadinejad is the former president of Iran. They're saying he's dead too. Supposedly, the mastermind of October 7th is gone. Now, this is unconfirmed reports on this, but Khomeini, they say, is dead. A day before Purim, and we're on the Purim now. Oh, all right. Let's get into this really quick. This is the reason. So what I'm talking to you about now, I'm not going over the news right now because this right here is the reason why it's happening, and it's going to show you where we're at so that you know what to expect. Okay, this isn't just going to be another little Iraq war or another 12-day war. No, this is going to be something that's going to affect you. This is going to affect your life in a very profound way, maybe even an eternal way if you don't get things straight. I'm just going to tell you right out. I'm going to be straight with you. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be shut down, and that's being straight. That means there's nothing coming through with oil. Your oil prices are going to go up, triple up oil right now. Go to your gas pump and pay $10 a gallon and see what happens to your food prices, to everything price. And on top of that, I told you it was going to be worse than COVID. I told you this, and it told you to get prepared with food. And by the way, the U.S. food supply is being poisoned. It has been being poisoned for a while now. You wonder why you're sick. You wonder why a lot of people are sick and why they've got cancers and everything else. It's not just because of the shot that has been green lighted by this administration. And I told you exactly the other day about this passive aggressive mindset that Trump has. You need to understand the deception of the last days to understand how nefarious and how evil what is going on right now is. And if it's true that Trump is who I said he is, then you can expect this kind of evil that you're living under right now here in America to affect you in a very profound way. So here it is. And a great sign appeared in the heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant and crying out in pain and agony and giving birth. Now, this is a constellation. For those who study prophecy, this is a constellation of Virgo. And there's an alignment that this has to be in place. And it was talked about in 2017. A lot of people were talking about it being the rapture and that it was in alignment. People were making a big fuss about it. But I'm going to tell you when this was really fulfilled, and that was right before October 7th, 2023. There was a green comet that came through the constellation, a green comet. The comet was called the Wise Man-Child. And if you understand the scripture, it talks about the man-child here. It says, then another sign appeared in heaven, a huge red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns. Well, where's the 7 heads and 10 horns? Oh, the top tier board members, 7, right? There's 7 tier. There's 3 tiers, right? There's 3 tiers of board members on the Board of Peace. Trump is the chairman. He's not considered a board member, but well, I guess he could be, but he's obviously the chairman. But he's undisputed. There's no way he He's the one that appointed himself, right? You got the top tier, which is 7. You got Witkoff, Kushner. There's a few others, Rubio. Those are the top tier 7. And then the 10, which is the second tier, is the nations that have bought in. I believe there's 10. And then there's the administrative part, or the administrative board. So we've shown you all the stories in the back, confirmation on that there's 7 top, 10 middle. Okay. Then it has 7 crowns on its heads. His tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky, hurling them to the earth. And this is talking about the heavens, the second heaven, I believe, where the demonic powers are. Now, they've always been influencing humanity. We're talking about demonic power. But when you're talking about the angels, you're talking about something different. You're talking about principalities. You're talking about powers. You're talking about rulers and authorities in the heavenly places. Remember when Daniel was having his prophecy delivered to him by Michael the archangel, and it says that he fought with the prince of Persia. That's the prince of Iran. This was an end-time prophecy that was being delivered to Daniel in the book of Daniel. And it withstood him for 21 days. He fasted, he prayed. Finally, Michael broke through, right? This was a demonic entity that was overseeing the region, right? We're talking about ancient powers and principalities. We're not talking about demons. Demons are something different. Demons are something that dwells amongst humans, or even can possess humans. But now we're talking about principalities and powers. We're talking about entities that are in the heavens, that are in the midst of heaven. Remember how in Job it says that Satan came before God and he petitioned God to attack Job. Okay, you're talking about access in the spirit realm to God in that third heaven. There's also a second heaven. Anyway, some people may disagree with that, but let's just look at this. And then it says, and the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth, ready to devour her child as soon as she gave birth. And she gave birth to a son, a male child. Now, in the King James, it says a man child. It says, and it says, in that comment that came through the constellation when it was perfectly aligned with Revelation 12, it had the dragon constellation, the woman with the sun at her back, the moon at her feet, the 12 stars on her head. This was exactly the way Virgo was situated. Then you had the green comet fly through right into Virgo, and it was birthed. It came out. It was called the wise man child comet because the person that discovered it was called the wise man child in his language. Well, he was a Japanese astronomer, or he was an armchair astronomer. So they named it after him, right? So the wise man child comet flew through Virgo and was birthed. It came right through the womb and it was birthed, right? And this was right before the war broke out in 23, October 7th. Now, it just so happens that Jonathan Cahn was talking about Revelation 12 at the same time that I was. And I think he released a book on the very day that this unfolded in Israel. So he was talking Revelation 12 too. He said he had never written a book about prophecy the way he did, and that at that time. So it goes on to say the dragon, and then it says, and she gave birth to a child, a male child, who will rule the nations with an iron scepter. And her child was caught up to God and to his throne, and the woman fled into the wilderness, where she was prepared a place for her to be nourished for 1,260 days. And that's 3.5 years. Now, we've talked about the 1,260 days as well, and how that's connected to Donald Trump and his award that he received exactly 1,260 days after he signed the covenant with many, the Abraham Accords. That's called a covenant accord. Abraham, the father of many, he was the one that signed it. 1,260 days after he signed it, I told you there was going to be a sign. There had to be a sign on that day, the 1,260 day. That happened to be February 26, 2023. Was it 23? No, 24. 2024, February 26, 2024. 1,260 days exactly to the day, 3.5 years, there was a sign. And that sign was given to him by the high spiritual command of Israel, I would say the high-level spiritual overseers of the kingdom of the Israelis. And I would say that if you go back and look at that, it was a menorah. And on the menorah, it said that gave Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, that he was a wonderful counselor, the mighty God, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace, and upon his shoulders will rest the government. Now, what is interesting of that is that they were the same ones that gave him the crown of Jerusalem. They called him their Messiah. And there's a lot of very religious, ascetic, very Orthodox Jews that are rabbis that believe that Trump is fulfilling biblical prophecy as the Messiah of Israel. Now, some would say, well, he had to be an Israeli to be a Messiah. No, they don't believe that way. And they don't believe that the Messiah is God. They believe that he's a political leader, just like Cyrus. Cyrus was considered a Messiah, even though he was not an Israeli. He helped facilitate the rebuilding of the third temple and the reestablishment of the state of Israel. And so they, as in the order of Cyrus, consider Trump to be a Messiah. He's not only recognizing them as a state, confirming that Jerusalem is their capital by putting the U.S. embassy there, but he's also facilitating what they believe to be their spiritual rule and reign over planet Earth as the capital and as the hub for the rule of David, the son of David, what they believe is going to be a man, an actual political leader that's going to facilitate religious worship, that's going to encompass the whole earth, Jerusalem being the capital. And so when it says that Israel is given wings, the wings of an eagle, to go fly into the wilderness, to be safe for a period of time, that to me is that America somehow gives up its power to Israel. And many people believe that this is what's been happening with our politics and the way we protect Israel, the way we oversee. They take the wings of the eagle. The eagle no longer has wings, okay? At a certain point, and I think that's what's happening right now, is the wings of the eagle are being taken. And Israel is going to be protected for a period of time while all chaos is breaking out everywhere else on the planet. Okay, so it says there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon against his angels fought back. But the dragon was not strong enough and no longer had any place found in heaven for him and his angels. And the great dragon was hurled down, this ancient serpent called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world. He was hurled down to the earth, and the angels with him. And I heard a voice saying, now hath come the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren has been cast down, he who accuses them before our God day and night. They have conquered him by the blood of the Lamb, the word of their testimony, and they have not loved their lives even unto death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you that dwell in them. But woe to you, O earth and sea, for with great fury the devil has come down to you, for knowing that his time is short. Great fury, epic fury, epic fury, epic fury, epic fury. The devil has come. The devil has unleashed this global third world war with epic fury. And yes, he possesses a human. The devil, the Antichrist, possesses a human. And he's a deceiver. He comes bearing peace, but makes war. His time is short. Now, what I think is going to happen is he's going to try to go after Israel, but he's not going to. This whole plan has been really a part, and this is very deep. This is very deep stuff, and I don't know if I should get into this now or just wait. I'll just give you a synopsis. Tonight, when we get into the depths of these prophetic deep dives, we're going to go into a deeper part of this, okay? But okay, let me think here. How am I going to say this? Let's just read this. The woman was persecuted. Okay, so He's going to go after the Christians, the real Christian. Now, I'm saying the political ones, the ones that are in name only, or maybe are foolish, maybe they have a little bit of oil, but they didn't have enough. They are going to be devoured by the beast. They're going to be devoured. They're riding the political beast, thinking that they're going to gain some kind of, by their brown nosing, they're going to get some kind of political, privilege. They're going to be devoured. This is what the Bible says will happen. These conservative prophets out there, these false prophets out there that are prophesying politics, they're going to be devoured. And I could name them all off right now. You would know a lot of their names. If you're a believer, if you're a Christian, you know anything about what's going on in Christianity today. They're going to be devoured. Now, those who are true believers, those who understand what's going on, those who see what's really happening, and the unveiling of 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 has not gone unnoticed by you. You understand. You've seen what I've been talking about and what others have been talking about. It's not just me, but I'm going to tell you what, when you start really looking at what's happening, this is going to come for you. He's going to turn when he realizes that he can't get the woman, which is Israel. He's going to go after her seed and the offspring of her seed. And who is that? It's not the man-child, because the man-child was caught up, right? That would be Yeshua, Jesus, right? The man-child's offspring of the woman is the Christians. You are the body of Christ, right? You are truly the body of Christ. The dragon saw that he had been thrown to the earth. He pursued the woman who had given birth to the male child. But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle to fly from the presence of the serpent to her place in the wilderness, where she is nourished for times and a half. This is 3.5 years. Then from his mouth the serpent spewed water like a river to overtake the woman and to sweep her away in the torrent. Now, if you remember, October 7th, what did they call the operation against Israel? Alaska flood. They called it the flood, right? They were talking about this flood that they were wanting to wash away Israel with. This was the Alaska flood. Then the mouth of the serpent spewed water like a river or a flood to overtake the woman and sweep her away in the torrent, but it didn't work. But the earth helped the woman and opened its mouth to swallow up the river that the dragon had poured out of its mouth. And the dragon was enraged at the woman and went to make war with the rest of her children, or the offspring, who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. And the dragon stood on the shore of the sea. So, just a little synopsis. And like I said, I wanted to just kind of give you guys a little heads up on what we're going to be talking about tonight. If you want to be a part of that, go get connected to our Patreon account. If you want to get in the conversation, you want to have a chat about this, I'm going to record it. We're going to be putting it on YouTube. And if you want to be a part of that conversation, that will be recorded and posted on YouTube. Come on over. Now, I'll be talking about some of the prophecies, but then we'll cut off and we'll record the last part of it for YouTube later on. Okay? In the meantime, let's get back over to some of the news. There's a lot breaking right now. And, I can only really talk about this when I just feel released to do it, because there's so much, and how it connects to what's going on right now is just beyond. It has to be the Spirit of God to show you guys this stuff. I'm telling you, it has to be, because there's just so much coming out. As soon as the report of Khamenei's elimination becomes official, it will be the first time in history that Israel eliminates a head of state. Let me pull up the Telegram channel here. Hold on one second here. The Trump versus good versus evil coin. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen that. It's probably a commemorative coin, right? Somebody made it, or some organization made it. Oh, it's a temple coin? It's another one of those temple coins that they did. This is just a grift. These are grifts. People are trying to make money off of all this. They're just minting these coins that they know are going to be spiritually gobbled up by the deceived Christian masses that send all their money to Israel anyway, trying to support the rebuilding of the third temple, etc., etc. It's just people, Christians that have no clue what's going on. Hold on one second here. Okay, hold on one second here. Should we look at 13, Revelation 13? You guys want to look at Revelation 13? Oh yeah, Jonathan Cahn had said, let me just see what how he said it. He said at the time of Revelation 12, when all that was happening right before the war in October of 24, he had said that he had never really read Revelation. Did he really say that? He never really understood or read it. He's read it. I'm sure Jonathan Cahn read it, but he wasn't doing prophecy in that way. He wasn't talking about a lot of his books that he writes, you know, the mystery of this or the mystery of that, they're embedded prophecies of future events that are in the Torah or the Old Covenant that he kind of ferrets out, or the timelines or the numerological events that seem to coincide with historical events that are biblical. And so he's very good at deciphering those types of messages that are hidden in the scriptures. And they're very interesting studies that he has uncovered. Now, that dream I had about him was interesting because I'm kind of wondering if he... Anyways, I won't go into all the details on that. In Israel, they are already celebrating the elimination of the supreme leader of Iran. Tehran has not yet confirmed this. The country's authorities previously stated that Khamenei is alive and leading the troops. Now, supposedly, Israel has the body. Supposedly, this is what they're saying, that the Israelis have the body of Khamenei. Can you believe that? Look at this. If this is true, that they do have the body of Khamenei, that would be crazy. Absolutely crazy. The footage of the extraction of the body of Khamenei from under the rubble was presented to Netanyahu. What? You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Is that true? Well, we're going to have official confirmation on that one. Well, I'll tell you what, that is absolutely crazy. Death to America. Thousands of Iranians protest the U.S.-Israel aggression in Mashhad. Netanyahu promises that this war will lead to peace. Right. Iraqis hold spontaneous pro-Iran rally in Baghdad. This is in Baghdad, Iraq. Crowds take to the streets refuting Israeli aggression, chanting death to America and death to Israel. These are some of the Patriot systems that are frantically trying to intercept Iranian missiles fired at the air base in Qatar. A lot of these things were not intercepted and hit their targets because they're hypersonics. I mean, you're not really going to take down a hypersonic missile unless you've got laser technology or something that I don't think is out there yet. Okay, this right here says Iran's top security official, Americans will rule the day. That's rue the day? What does that mean? What does rue mean? Rue the day? Rue means bitterly regret. Okay, so basically what he's saying is they're going to bitterly regret this day. This is what the Iranians are saying. Ali Larijani, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, issues a fiery warning after U.S.-Israeli strikes. And by the way, I had a really weird dream last night. All my kids dreamt last night as well. When we all dream at the same time, we know there's some kind of, we listen to our dreams. Our dreams are very many times prophetic, so we take note of those dreams, and we're starting to kind of detect some things that are happening. And I think it coincided with all the stuff that's going on here. I'll probably share some of that tonight. We shall make the treacherous Zionists and the shameless Americans regret the day Iran's valiant soldiers and great nation shall deliver an unforgettable lesson to the tyrannical friends of the international order. I think that they may have tactical nukes, and I think that they may deploy these weapons on certain targets. I wouldn't doubt that Russia and China, because of their interests are great in the region, might facilitate, and very well probably already have facilitated, their acquisition of those weapons, and that they're also going to aid them when all these things really hit the fan. It hasn't hit the fan yet, guys. This is not hitting the fan. This is just the beginning. And when it hits the fan, you're going to know it. Okay? Everybody is going to know it when it hits the fan. And I hope that you're prepared in every way. You better have some extra food. You better have extra fuel set aside. And I would say go out and get some fuel now. If you're going to get it, you better get it now. I think the prices have already gone up, but you're talking $120 to $140 a barrel oil. Right now it's like, what, 70? Now it went up to like 70 something. It was 60 something, 65, 64. Now it's like 70 something. It's going to go up to $120 to $140 a barrel. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be shut off. They're going to mine it. They got subs out there. They've got all kinds of attack potential for shutting it off, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And then you've got the Houthis doing the same thing in the Red Sea. So, you guys, a lot of stuff is about to hit the fan. This hasn't even begun yet. They're saying that they're trying to lure the Ayatollah into a provocation that will lead to his death. So that they're trying to get him to come out and explain, show that he's not dead. So the Jews have not shown the body of Khamenei yet, and that's probably because they don't have pictures of it, supposedly. And what I thought is that they were trying to do was to get Khamenei to, in some way, reveal through his sources that he is still alive, which could ultimately compromise his place. If this is true, I initially thought that was what could possibly be going on here. And that's what he's saying. But this guy is probably, got Russian ties, Intel Slav. Slava is a Russian, I think, channel. And they're all allies, obviously, with Iran. So you got to look at everything from the point of view of the person that's posting in the context of their view. So the Israelis are saying they have video footage of the body. So I guess this announcement that Netanyahu's about to make should be very interesting. So has he made the announcement yet? Anybody? Let me see if he has made the announcement yet. There's supposed to be some kind of announcement that he's going to be making here in just a minute. Let's see. I'm looking on YouTube right now. So the bases in the Middle East of the Americans are being attacked continually. So here's another one that happened a little bit ago. This is at night, so you know that right now it's nighttime. So there has been a continual barrage against U.S. bases. There has been casualties. American soldiers have died. I still don't think that there's any confirmation yet that he's been eliminated. Reuters also reports that Ayatollah Khamenei was killed along with other representatives of the country's leadership. So Reuters is now saying that he's dead. A cluster of tankers carrying oil and liquefied natural gas has been spotted at the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping has effectively been paralyzed. Look at the cutoff. See that? You see what's going on right there? Guys, do you see that? Do you understand what that means? Reuters report is false? Is it? How do you know? How do you know it's false? You didn't look it up? Did you look it up? Let me see. Is that false? It says by Reuters. Let's see. Is that not true? Let me see. Six hours. This was, let's see how long ago this was. Has Netanyahu made an announcement yet? Really quick. 4 hours ago. That was 4 hours ago. Okay, that's not it. Okay, Israel says there's signs. Okay, so it says Khomeini's body has been found and he is confirmed. This was 13 hours ago? Are you kidding? Hold on. Okay, so it says found and he is confirmed dead, Israeli officials say. Okay, so this is just what they're saying. 19 minutes ago, Ayatollah Khomeini, 86, has ruled since 1989. The supreme leader holds ultimate authority over all branches of government, the military, and judiciary of the Shiite Islamic Republic. It says here that Khomeini was forced into hiding last June. Okay, and ever since Iran says the enemy is resorting to mental warfare. All should be aware. 36 minutes ago, Khamenei is dead and his body has been found, senior Israeli officials tell Reuters. 37 minutes ago. Khamenei is dead, Israeli media reports, citing Israeli officials. This is right out of Reuters, so they're saying this, but okay, so we got to defend. We're going to have the speech here. Let's see what the speech is. This is hundreds of people gather in Times Square in New York on Saturday to protest against the U.S.-Israeli military operation in Iran. Iranian official says that Iran will benefit from its unique capabilities against American interests in the region in the next phase. The Iranian response will not be limited to the ballistic missile system and offensive drones. So what he's saying is this is going to be a choke point for economic collapse. They want to collapse the American economy is what they want to do. And there's a possibility that they could shut the Strait of Hormuz down. I mean, look what they're doing right now. Those are ships. These are all ships. Do you see anything going through there? Bottleneck. They're turning back around. Okay, this is it. A cluster of tankers carrying oil and liquefied natural gas has been spotted at the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz. Shipping has effectively been paralyzed following reports of Iran blocking the strait and amid escalating conflicts in the region. According to maritime traffic monitoring data, it says that hundreds of vessels are awaiting further instructions, not daring to enter the narrow passageway through which a significant portion of the world's oil and gas exports pass. There is less than 2 days left until the opening of the stock market trading. Analysts warn that if the blockade persists, markets could respond with a sharp rise in fuel and energy prices, not to mention a collapse of our economy, because it's already very precarious anyway. You know, people don't realize what kind of a paper tiger the Dow Jones really is, and really what value our dollars hold right now and how they're declining in value. And all it's going to take is a little match, a little spark, and that whole paper tiger is going to go up in flames, and it's going to be blamed on Iran. And then it's going to probably give further reasons for why we need to go to war all out in the region. I'm just telling you. And doesn't it? Oh man, gosh, there's just so much reasons for why this is happening. You know, don't you find it interesting that it coincided with the testimony of the Clintons last night? And their deposition and all the stuff that they wanted to reveal, but they couldn't because the Trump administration and the Congress wanted it to be secret. They couldn't go out publicly and declare and be scrutinized in a transparent way because the Trump administration didn't want them to come out. But they're still proclaiming their reasons for why they did what they did on all the news sites right now. And it doesn't look good. Okay, this all happened last night. Why did this coincide with this attack? I'll have to just tell you this. They do not want people to focus on that because it looks bad, very bad for Trump. Okay, this needs to happen now, what's going on. And we're going to say this is going to continue and it's going to get worse because Trump is covering his butt right now. I'm just telling you. The coinciding of what happened with the Clintons was not coincidental. It was not coincidental. And if you didn't see what Bill Clinton said or Hillary, you need to go back and listen and then think Wag the Dog. You know, think that movie. Remember the movie Wag the Dog? Let's see if I can give you the gist of that. It says it's a Hollywood producer who fabricates a war in Albania to distract voters from a presidential sex scandal. The screenplay by Hilary Henkin and Daniel Mamet is loosely adapted from Larry Beinhardt's 1983 The American Hero. So basically, it's just like a way to get distractions away from what is actually happening in the news. Start a war. Get it, make sure it's occupying everybody's attention. And this is exactly what happened with Bibi. They wanted to take him to the cleaners in a criminal court case against him in Israel, and he had all kinds of opposition. But every time, things settled down after the war, the 12-day war, he, would be brought up. They were going to put him in, they were going to make him depose him and get him in a court. And then all of a sudden an escalation would happen, right? Another escalation would happen. And then he would say, I have to go back to the war room. I can't, I don't have time for this. The nation's security is at stake. We don't have time for this court stuff that you're trying to get, me tied into. And Trump was obviously batting for Netanyahu too, in a certain way, I guess, saying that he needs to be, exonerated and vindicated, telling him to leave him alone. But maybe there's other interests there that are selfish. You have to wonder. But like I said, this is not good. This is not a good sign here. This means all of your food is going to go up. This means products are going to go up in price. Everything has to be trucked. When gas goes up, that's a tax on you, on all your products, whether it's food, whether it's just regular things that you buy at the store. Things from China are not coming in, so everything's going to be going up, and things are going to start being hard to find. We could see a 2,000 or 3,000 point drop in the stock market on opening Monday. We could see silver and gold. And I told people, silver and gold is going to just escalate. When it went down to $75, I was like, don't worry, it's going to go back up to $140, $150 an ounce. Gold's going to go up to $6,000 an ounce. It's going to probably even go farther than that. I would imagine that silver could actually even go higher than that. But I think that when it gets to that point, you have Mad Max. I don't know if it really matters if you have a whole stockpile of silver. And this is what you got to be careful with. Don't sit there and buy paper stocks, gold certificates and silver certificates, because you're not going to get, your money is just going to disappear. You're going to be having it somewhere where it's going to disappear. Okay. And if they do repay you, they're not going to repay you with the actual metal, because that's the only thing that's going to be of any value, are going to be tangible things. When all hell breaks loose and you go into Mad Max, the only thing that's going to really matter is, what do you have to barter with me? What do you have to trade with me? I don't want your Bitcoin. I don't want your Bitcoin. And I don't want a big old chunk of gold either, because that's not going to help me it's not of any value to me. Right? I'm not going to pay $6,000 in products to barter with you for a big old chunk of gold, especially if you don't see a future coming. Okay, all you're thinking is survival. You're thinking survival. Do you have bags of wheat? Do you have meat? Do you have alternative power? Do you have the ability to grow vegetables and have a garden? Okay, and by the way, for those who are in cities, I do have something that can help you out on that front. Go to zeolite.blog and get the sprouter system. You can make vegetables every day if you have a stockpile of seeds. And we're doing that. We're selling bulk seeds as well. We're going to get into, I haven't posted everything yet because of all this stuff that's going on, but I'm setting up these kits for everybody. You can basically grow vegetables around the clock every day of the week, right there on your windowsill. And they're very nutritious. Anytime you have seed sprouting, it's very healthy. And you're probably going to be saving yourself from a lot of the pesticides that are all over the vegetables now anyway, that are killing everybody. And Trump has fast-tracked glyphosates, not to mention all the other things that were supposed to be banned. He's all reversed on. He's reversed on everything. Abortion, Epstein. I mean, guys, he's lied to you. All of you out there that voted for him, he lied to you on every level. Every level. If this is not a great deception, how many people, and I understand, I feel sorry for people that believed it up to this point. We saw it way in advance, though. You know, we wanted to make sure everybody understood to give them time. But now the time is short. Now you only have a very short period of time. You better have a bug out bag. If you're in a city, you better have the ability to get out of Dodge quickly. You better have a plan. You better have some, little bag that has the ability to have food for 3 to 4 days. You should have like an emergency type kit. If you don't, you better get one. Get some storable food. Like a little. This is why we always talk about the stove. This is why I did my store. It's because I knew this day would come where people might be in danger in their local areas, especially if you're in a large populated area, a city, a state like California. You don't want to be in a place like that. There's too many people there. And when it all hits the fan, they're not coming to save you. I promise you. It'll be like Louisiana during Katrina on a statewide level. Did you see anybody going in there to help those poor people? No, they were herded into a big stadium where everybody was being raped and killed, and the guards were just holding people in. That's it. They didn't go in there to help anybody. All right? They're not coming into your city to help you. They're going to protect critical infrastructure, and that's it. That's all they're going to be. That's the only reason why the troops are out there. Remember, we told you all these troops are being deployed to the different states for a reason. This is the reason right here. This is the reason. Chaos is going to break out, and they need to protect critical infrastructure. And they may impose martial law, not to mention. I don't know if the bird flu is going to be making its debut before all this happens, or if it's going to be the bird flu that actually does it. Maybe there's going to be a miracle of miracles and the whole world is going to settle down and everybody's going to go back to the kumbaya. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't see how this could be turned around. I think it's going to get worse. Okay, so what you see right here, you see all that? That's your food. That's your food. That's your livelihood. That's what makes America tick right there. You see that? And it's not coming through. Okay? So here you are, and here your food is. And here's Iran and China and Russia. They're mining this. They've got subs out here, and they're going to start sinking ships. They're going to start sinking ships. And you're here, and you're waiting for your food and your lower prices and your golden age, and all you see is a golden mushroom cloud. And then you wonder, like, what happened? There's 3 types of people. There's people that make things happen, the people that watch things happen, and people that wonder what happened. And this is where a lot of people are, wondering what the heck's happening, because they did not listen. They did not see the signs. And there's a reason why I posted that video, that South Park video the other day. They didn't listen. They didn't listen. You know why I posted that? Because nobody's listening. Nobody's listening. Why can't you guys hear out there? What's the matter? Because you don't have ears to hear. Your eyes are blinded. Your heart is calloused. Everybody needs to repent. Everybody needs to repent. We need to get back to seeking the Lord. The only way you're going to see or hear is if God speaks to you. Fox News believes that Khamenei has been eliminated. Possible B-2 bombers on the way. What is going on here? That couldn't be good. Let's see here. Okay, I got some more information here. A worldwide caution. The U.S. issues worldwide caution for its citizens. But I thought we were on the brink of a golden age. I thought we were on the brink of eternal peace. He was going to bring eternal peace, remember? And he's going to stop the end of the world from taking place in the Middle East. He's not going to let Jesus return, because Jesus said he's going to return. And the end is going to come when he returns into the Mount of Olives. But Trump says, no, that ain't going to happen. Remember? Okay, so what does it say here? Tanker aircraft not visible on ABDS, but has been observed off the coast of Spain and near the Strait of Gibraltar. The pattern suggests refueling operations likely linked to B-2 bomber deployments, potentially participating in a strike against Iran. Similar routes and tanker behavior with ADS-B disabled were also observed during Operation Midnight Hammer on June 2025. Okay, so this just was posted just now. This was just posted. All right, we got an alert here. What is this? Worldwide caution breaking. U.S. issues a worldwide caution to its citizens for fear of possible Iranian retaliations. Yeah, if you're anywhere outside of the U.S., and I would say even inside of the U.S., because there are lots of Iranian sympathizers and or people that are connected to these wide open, porous borders that in preparation for what they knew and their intelligence told them was coming. There's a lot of these countries that knew this was going to happen way in advance. The Iranians are not stupid people. They've been here for 2,500 years. Okay. They knew what was coming. And do you not think that they sent people over here? Not to mention Hezbollah and all the other Muslim countries that don't like us. You don't think that they're not in here? And there's a lot more that goes along with that. We've talked about this. Okay, so he still may not be dead. This may just be like they said, a big way to try to figure out where he's at. They're not really confirming anything. Fox News is not confirming anything. This is a high-rise building that was hit by an Iranian drone. A high-rise building is on fire. Wow. This is in Bahrain. Bahrain, high-rise building. Look at that. Wow. Let's take a look at this. Israeli officials do not officially comment on Khamenei's assassination. The reason? President Trump is expected to announce it. What? Are you serious? Seriously. The IDF announces the killing of several members of the Iranian security leadership, including Defense Minister Nazaradeh, IRGC Ground Forces Commander Mohammed Pakpour, Defense Council Secretary Ali Shamkhani, and the head of the Supreme Leader's office. Not to mention, they said that the former president was also killed too, but I don't know. This could all be just, a lot of propaganda too. You got to take everything right now with a grain of salt. Let's see what this is here. Okay, there's more red alerts coming in from Israel. Looks like Israel's under attack again. Let's go and check out and see what's going on there. Israel looks like they're under attack here. Let's go back over to the live feeds here. Some of these live cams. Okay, this is Haifa. Let's try the other one too. And this is still live. We'll see if we can hear what's going on here. So supposedly there's missiles incoming right now too. You'll hear it right here when it goes down. That can't be because it's nighttime. This has got to be... Oh yeah, okay. Here we go. I got to press the button. So this is live right here. Bahrain. You got Qatar, Doha. Haifa, northern Israel. Okay, here we go. See? I told you. It's going down, guys. They're hitting Israel. Right there, right there. Look, right up in the top right-hand corner. Top right-hand corner, right there. Right there. Right there. That's Tel Aviv. That's Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is under attack. Right there. Tel Aviv. Uh-oh. That one just hit. Did you see that? It hit. That impacted. That one came in and impacted. Wow, Israel's being pummeled right now. Here comes another one. Uh-oh. What in the world? That was huge. Still lots of alerts going on right now in Israel right now. Lots of alerts just now. Lots of red alerts. Okay, here's another. This is live. This is a look at the footage there. Okay, I'm going to show you guys what just happened. Look at that. That just happened right now. Look. You see how it missed? You see how it missed? It missed and it hit. You see that? Look at it. They won't show it to you. They don't want to show it to you because they're not allowed to show it. They're not allowed to show the impact. Look, you'll see the impact right here, watch. See this? This missile is not being stopped. This is a hypersonic right here. This is a hypersonic missile. And watch what happens when it hits. Watch. You see that explosion right there? Can you see that? Right there? Right there. Okay, so there's something else going on over here. There's some other explosions going on over here. Okay, look. Tel Aviv. Okay, let's get back over here. Oh my gosh. Look at this. This is live right here, guys. Let me get myself out of the way here. This is live right here, guys. This is AP right here. Oh my gosh, guys, this is huge. There's some up here. Right there. There's another one. This is bad. Israel's getting hit hard. Israel's getting hit hard here. You can see up there Tel Aviv. Look at the skies of Tel Aviv at the top right hand corner. Oh, look at, they just hit another one up there. You see that? They just took another one out. We'll probably see it on this camera right here. This is AP right here. This is the AP. Look, right there, look. Oh, look at all the fires in the background. Did you see that? Did you see the fires in the background? Whoa. They're not allowed to show you guys the actual impacts. But I saw two of the impacts, huge fires. Haifa, Israel on the right, on the left. Haifa, Israel on the left. These are impacting, these are going to impact. Look, this is a hypersonic. Oh my gosh. Look at this. That's a huge amount. A lot of these are going to different locations. They're not actually going into Tel Aviv. They're going somewhere else. They're flying by. Oh, listen to the impacts. The impacts. Look at that one. That one's coming in like a fire. Look at that thing. I want to see if I can go back and see the impact. Yeah, see, that's right there. You can see it. Let's see if I can show it to you again. You can see the impacts. There was like 3 big, massive explosions on the ground in Tel Aviv, but see, the AP is not allowed to show them. They're not allowed to show the impacts. They can only show the missiles flying in the air. And if you'll notice, they never show the impacts. Did you see that light? That was one of them. But look at the bottom right here. This is where you can see it. Watch right here on the bottom. You can hear the yeah, they're not going to show it. Well, I saw them on one. I can't figure out where it's at here. All right. So, anyways, let's get back to where we were at here. So that's the skies of Tel Aviv there on the right top hand corner right now. You see all the smoke? Okay, hold on. Something else is going on here.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at
pragmatic figure.
That's Tel Aviv right there. Look.
Is regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to.
Oh, okay. So sorry about that. These are the impacts here. I was muted. I'm sorry. So this is just like I was saying. This is where the impacts take place. AP does not allow impacts to be filmed by people that are chronicling what's going on. They're only allowed to show the sky. So that's why you don't see the impacts by AP. You only can see like the bottom part or the flash. See, and this is where I wanted to show you this. You can see the impact right there, right? If you can see my cursor there. Right there. Just watch. You see that? That's all you're able to see. And when I was watching, I saw like 3 or 4 of those. So there was at least 3 of them that impacted Tel Aviv on a very big explosion, very big red, like mushroom cloud. So Tel Aviv has gotten hit pretty hard. Oh, is this going on right now? Because this is... Did I just see a... Yeah, there's more coming in. There's more coming in, look. Or unless this is a replay. Let's see, I'm just going to go back just to about 2 minutes. I could have swore I saw something going on here. This was about 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes and 43 seconds ago. See, they can't, they're not showing you what's going on the ground. They just show you the smoke. Iranian missiles have struck Abu Dhabi International Airport. Look at this. That's the airport at Abu Dhabi.
אתם לא תאמינו, נפל 200 מטר מהבית שלי. טוב, לא מדווח איפה זה.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime?
Okay, so this is the overview of what's going on here, so you can kind of see before it happens. On the other feed, you got Haifa at the top left, Tel Aviv, and then once you start seeing something here, we'll flip over to AP, and you can see what's going on in the skies there. This is AP's on the ground. You know, videographer that can't actually show the impacts. It's like, I'm not sure why they're even there, just to show missiles flying around in the sky, but they won't show the actual impacts. You know why they don't show the impacts? Because it's demoralizing. The reason they don't show the impact is because they feel it's demoralizing to show the actual impact, and they don't want to demoralize their population when they start seeing images of their cities being hit by these hypersonic missiles. Okay, just hold tight, guys. I'll be right back. I just got to get one thing, and I'll be right back. All right, we have a lot of footage coming in here. Let me go ahead and I'll have to wait because there's so much still going on here. Oh my gosh. Hold on. That's terrible. Hold on. This is Tel Aviv. Look at that. Look at the destruction there in Tel Aviv.
כדי לנסות למנוע את האירוע הזה. הוא לחץ על המ...
טוב, נפל, ראיתם? אבל אתם לא תאמינו, נפל 200 מטר מהבית שלי. טוב, לא לדווח איפה זה.
آقا زدن
I don't know why they put all their logos. You can't even see what's going on. That sounds like a drone. Oh, wow. This is Abu Dhabi. This is American defense missile. Or in Qatar. This is in Qatar. Failing to intercept an Iranian missile. So here comes an Iranian missile. These are our missile defense batteries not able to stop an incoming hypersonic Iranian missile.
Come on.
Missed it. You see that? Our defense systems could not stop their missiles. I want to get that one. Hold on. Okay. Let me get back over here. I'll show you some more here in just a second here. That's in Tel Aviv right there. Tel Aviv. It's a pretty big impact. Okay. Let's see what else here.
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime? Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break in for a moment because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv.
All right, we're chronicling all this on our Telegram page. So if you're not hooked up to our Telegram page, just go to Blazing Press on Telegram, BLAZING Press. It's the only channel that has like 20,000 subscribers. There's other fake channels out there that try to, pretend to be us, but make sure you follow the only one that has 20,000. Yeah. Pretty crazy footage here. Let's see what else we got here. All right, there's something else going on over here. Let's look at this one. All right, we already showed you that. Two wounded in direct Iranian missile that hit Tel Aviv, at least one in serious condition. Honey, just try to get as much of this video as you can. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to be redundant in posting some of this stuff, but I'm going to try to. I know you can't get as much down here. This one right here is good. Okay, let's look at a few other things here. Sounds like there's somebody in there. Too much audio? What do you mean?
And the Israelis, I think that's what the calculation now is.
All right, so that's that. All right, so let me just post this really quick. I'm just trying to chronicle all this while I'm doing this with you guys. Sounds like 3 feeds? Really? It's because it is 3 feeds. There are 3 feeds. You're absolutely right. All right, let's turn off these ones here. But you got to leave the feeds on so that you can hear what's going on. If you don't have them on, you can't tell when a missile comes in. So I have all three on for a reason. So when I hear it, then I can go right to it. I'll try to turn them down a little bit. I know it sounds kind of loud. I'll just turn it down. How's that? All right. So getting back to our prophetic deep dive on the topic that is really the main source of what is happening in our geopolitical world. It is a spiritual reason for why these things are unfolding. It is also a timeline that you have to be aware of so that you know where you're at. You know, there's those who misinterpret the timeline, and I'm going to say our timeline, I believe, is more accurate to what's actually happening and confirmed in our current news cycle. There's been a lot of people out there that have been trying to interpret prophetic timelines and are woefully leading people astray. And many people are trusting in these wrong timelines, and so they're using those timelines to make excuses for not getting right with God and or putting God off for another day. That doesn't work. If you don't put him first, you're not going to see the timeline correctly. Okay, God wants us all to be on our best behavior with him on a daily basis, not just when things get tough. Because if that's the way it works, fair weather friend, the Lord may not show you what you need to know when the time comes. And that might be being in the right place at the right time or being at the wrong place at the wrong time. So make sure you're right. And the motive has to be very right. Your motives are very important with God. So let's, and a lot of the reasons why we do what we've done over especially the last few years, is because we knew we had to be in a right position. We didn't want to be compromised or watered down and distracted and, you know, getting caught up in things that were unnecessary, especially with our busy lives as it is here at home. I'm a very busy person just here with what I got to deal with every day, let alone what I have to deal with online. Okay. So in order to do it in the right way, the Lord had us do it this way. So some people may not have understood, but that's okay. You know, if you don't understand something, it's okay. That doesn't mean I'm not going to hold it against you for not knowing what's going on. And you can, you know, make your way back in and be a part of what we were doing if you got offended. But hey, the prophetic deep dive is that we're going to be doing on a regular basis. We're going to open it up on the YouTube channel for those who want to enter into the conversation, become a supporter of the Patreon, and you can get on our Zoom chat. Otherwise, just watch from the YouTube channel. What does this really mean for you and me and in terms of our everyday life? That's another thing that we have to be taking into consideration. How is that going to affect our everyday business lives, social lives, you know, our national sense of what's, you know, our stable world that we are so used to having. And obviously we've gone through different times in our history. You know, 9/11 might be one that you might think of, or COVID might be another one. But I think what's coming is going to be much more traumatic. And maybe people are not going to be ready for these types of events mentally and emotionally. But really the way you get prepared is you have to have that spiritual anchor. You have to have an anchor for your soul. Your soul comprises your mind, will, and emotions. So if you don't have an anchor for that soul, you're going to be off feeling, thinking, and doing things that are going to be dependent on circumstance. If you don't have an anchor, you have to have an anchor, because when the winds and the waves and the tides change, if you don't have an anchor, you're going to be tossed to and fro. You have to have a mooring and a foundation and something that's secure, and that goes beyond the veil, that goes into the inner sanctuary where God himself is going to be speaking to your heart, right? Because outwardly things are going to get really bad. But if you have an anchor, and this is what we talk about a lot on our channel, is about being anchored, then you're not going to be tossed hither and yon by all the winds and waves of time. And it says this, deceiving the cunningness and the craftiness of men that lie in wait to deceive. You know, there is that deceptive quality, and it's a hallmark of the last days. Great deception is going to be upon the people. Gross darkness, it says, will cover the people. Isaiah chapter 50 or 60, I think it's 60. But it talks about those who are rising and shining because the light has come and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Gross darkness will cover the people, but they're going to come to the brightness of the rising of Christ in your heart. If you have the Lord in your life, then you're going to be a guide. You're going to be a light. You're going to be the salt. People are going to recognize that you have something that the average person doesn't have, and that is peace, a real peace. And it is eternal, and it's not given by Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not the author of eternal peace, even though he says he is. I don't even know where you get the idea that you can give eternal peace unless you're one with God. And that's only God's job. God is the only one. The Messiah himself, Jesus, is the only one that can give you peace. He is the only Prince of Peace. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6 is only referencing the Messiah, the incarnate God himself made flesh. It is not in any way recognizing Trump, okay? Even though they've tried to tell him that's who he is. Jesus is the only Messiah, and he's the only one that can save you. He's the wonderful counselor, the mighty God, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace, and upon his shoulders will rest the government, the eternal government, right? We're talking about in both time and space. If you have the kingdom of God within you, you're under his rule. You're under his care, under his watch. You're one of his children. But if you're outside of that, then you're a child of wrath. You're a child of the devil, unfortunately. Maybe that'll be strong enough words to wake you up and get you right. Get your heart in line with God's will. So I pray every one of you out there that's watching, get yourself in sync with God's will by studying, prayerfully studying and contemplating the messages of the Lord himself, his apostles, understanding the signs and the times that you're in, listening to the Spirit and what the Spirit is saying to the church today, not just back in the day, and historical messages. We're talking about messages that God wants to send you now. He's sending you and me messages now. We need to be attuned to those messages, not rejecting those messages. All throughout the ages, they've rejected the messages of the Lord. Anytime the prophetic words come, there's always going to be a large group of people that reject because their temporal interests are being affected by those messages. They don't want to hear that message. It affects their temporal peace. Okay, hold on one second. I gotta take care of these. This chick here is falling out of her. I don't know. I've got these chicks back here. We're incubating a bunch of chicks out here where I do my podcast here. If you can hear them in the background, the thing wasn't supposed to spin because the chicks are in there. So I got to go back over here really quick. Hold on one second. Ouch. You guys want to see the little babies? See some baby chickies? This will make you feel better. Say hello. Can you see these guys? Look at these little chickies. These are Brahmas. They got little hairs on their feet. These are Brahma chicks. Don't they look cute? Can you see them? All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put them away. Hold on 1 second. Those are our little chicken nuggets. Those are going to be, they might be chicken nuggets. Who knows? They could be just egg layers. We're not sure yet. Egg layers, chicken nuggets, one of the two. But at least it doesn't have hormones and steroids and all the other crap that's in the food now. Right? How many of you guys out there have chickens? I told you to get chickens. Chickens are going to lay golden eggs again here real soon. You better have your chickens. Get your chickens. Brahmas have fluffy feet. Yeah, they do. They have like little feathers on their feet. They're so cute. Exactly. Aussie Tribulation Girl says, exactly. You want to make sure you get some chickens. That way you can have a good source of protein. You got to have a rooster, though, in case there's no food. You want your chickens to be able to make eggs. They have to have a rooster. That's what the feed has, the hormones in it to make them produce eggs. But if you don't have the food with the hormones in it, then you need a rooster. They can forage. They can still lay eggs if they eat in the yard, if there's things that they can eat, bugs and, grasses and different things that they like to eat. And then if you had to, you could always eat the chicken. It's not hard to do a chicken, to butcher a chicken. And then make a garden. Get yourself a garden. If you can, get prepared with food that's not going to be tainted. I know we're living in a bad situation, guys. This is not good. The world is in a very bad place. And the only thing I can tell you is get your heart right with God. That's the main thing. Where is it? Where am I hearing this from? Trying to see where this is coming from. So this was coming from this one here. It looks like there's still a lot of smoke back there. Look at all that smoke. It'd be nice if they could show the actual impacts. All right, what do we got here? Let's see what else we got. This is smoke and fire alarms heard as passengers and staff evacuate Dubai International Airport following a drone or missile impact on the airport during an attack by Iran. So this is in Dubai. Just think about, these are the oil countries, guys. These are the oil countries. Wow. Dubai is being targeted by missiles. Yes, they are being targeted. It looks like a lot of places are being targeted. It's just happening everywhere. Let's see what else. Is there some? What's going on here? Uh-oh. It looks like more missiles are coming in. Look. Is that a missile? Right there? What is that? Or is that a plane? See that right there? I don't hear any sirens. It's got to be a plane, right? It is a plane. I see a red light. The plane. The plane. Did anybody ever used to watch Fantasy Island? Just out of curiosity. Remember that little guy named Tattoo? He'd be like, the plane. No, that looks like a missile. That's a missile. That looks like a missile. That's another missile, guys. Look. This is live right here. This is AP right here, live. Is that a missile? Additional barrage of missiles was launched toward Israel. So that's just happened. So maybe this. How come I don't hear any? No, it's got red lights flashing. But more missiles have been launched just now. So we have confirmation right now that more missiles are incoming. Additional barrage of missiles was launched toward the state of Israel. The public is requested to continue to follow the instructions of the Home Front Command. The public is requested to stay in protected spaces until official notice. The IDF repeats and emphasizes not to publish and share the footage and locations of hits. The aerial defense array is currently identifying and intercepting threats. So you're going to be hearing any moment now. You're going to be hearing the sirens again. More incomings. Let's see if we can see. Why does this do this here? So usually we get the heads up before the actual sirens go off. So where did you get that from? Did you get that from? Just out of curiosity. Oh, wow. I got some more footage here of the Dubai airport. That looks pretty bad. Let me just download that really quick. Oh, what did I do? What am I doing? Yeah, that's pretty bad. Wow. Look at this. I'm gonna post this on I don't think we posted this one yet. Dubai airport hit by All right, what else do we got here? Hold on 1 second here. Okay, here we go. New wave of launches from Iran toward Israel right now. Sirens sounded at Baghdad International. That means they're incoming. I would say you clock it about a minute and a half or so, you're going to hear the sirens. A minute and a half, the sirens are going to go off. Iranian impacts on Dubai airport. Okay, let's see if this is yeah. See? Did I not say it? There we go. Perfect timing. Exactly what they said. Within a minute. Here we go. Kumta alerts going off everywhere. Kumta alerts are everywhere. More incoming missiles. We'll get the visual, the long range visuals here, and then we'll go into the skyline of Tel Aviv if it comes into Tel Aviv. This is Ashkelon, Haifa on the left, Tel Aviv on the bottom left-hand corner. And then you've got Iran here, but this is also the skyline of Tel Aviv. So we'll see the visuals as they come in. You can still see the smoke down there from the previous hits, impacts, right down here. Okay, so the sirens just went off. Oh, there they go again. Yeah, they're over Tel Aviv. So the sirens right now are over Tel Aviv. So let's just see if we can see anything coming in Tel Aviv here. Tel Aviv, here's Tel Aviv down here on the left. This is where the sirens are right here, Tel Aviv. You see anything coming in over here? This is the one you want to watch right here, this top right-hand corner. Or this one down here. Oh, there it is right there. You see it? Right there. Do you see that? They're coming in right now. There's one right there. You see that one right there? There it is. They're not going to show the impacts. Let me get myself out of the way here so you can see this. There's one right over here. Oh, there's one that just took it out in the sky there. Did you see that right there? You'll probably hear a big boom here in a second. There's another one right there. Look at that. It's incoming. It sounded like something impacted. That was taken out by a missile, defense missile. You'll hear the explosion here in a minute. It takes a minute before you actually hear the explosion. Oh, look at those two coming in right there. Look at. Those might be missile defense batteries going up to try to take down something incoming. You'll see these hypersonics coming in from space. They're literally coming down very, very fast. Very fast. Like I said, it's almost impossible for these defense missile systems to take them out because they are coming at such a huge speed. You know, we're talking like Mach 16. Let's see over here if we can see anything here. You can see right here, this is Tel Aviv up here, and Tel Aviv down here. Let's scroll back and see if we can see that on this one. The top right-hand corner, you can see a little cloud up there. Watch. You'll see it hit right here, watch. Right up here, you'll see it, a poof. That's when it came in and was hit. It's hard to go right before it happened. Oh well. Should be right about here. There it goes. You see that? Big old explosion? Look at that. That was the moment they took him out. So it looks like there was only a few missiles that came in, at least to Tel Aviv. They probably sent some in other directions. Oh, I heard something else. Like I'm hearing impacts. Maybe that's from this one. Looks like there's a bunch of smoke in Haifa too, look. You see that smoke right here? That looks like smoke. I just got a phone, okay, with his brother in Dubai. Both airports have been leveled. Both airports in Dubai have been leveled. Near 5,000 dead? 50,000 dead. What? 50,000. They are trying to knock out the tallest tower in the world. It has been hit. Iran says it's going to level Dubai tonight. They are totally evacuating Dubai. Everyone must leave. What? Okay, this is coming from someone that I know that has friends that are in the Middle East, in Dubai in particular. Now, this is unconfirmed. I can't say for sure that this is actually what's happening, but this person that I'm hearing right now talk about this says they just got off the phone with him. A coworker. Both airports have been leveled. Near 50,000 dead? Okay, that's quite huge. You would think that we would see something about that, don't you think? That is pretty big. That's a large number. That's a huge number. Okay, so we'll wait on confirmation on that. But Dubai definitely, the airport did get hit. I'm seeing video of smoke inside the airport, so it does look like the airport has been hit. But whether or not it's been leveled, that would have had to have happened just as the last few minutes. A new wave of launches, that could have been the new wave, I don't know. Sirens have sounded at Baghdad International Airport. Let's see what else there is here. So the Dubai airport has a lot of smoke in it, but as far as I can see, it's still there. Wait a minute, this is Tel Aviv. Oh my gosh, look at Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv looks terrible. Oh my gosh, terrible destruction of buildings here. Look at this. U.S. President Trump says Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei is confirmed dead. This is what they're saying. This is what Trump just said. So Trump just said this, but it says Iran's supreme leader posted this on X. What? In the name of the exalted Hyder, peace be upon him. Who is Hyder? So if he posted this 3 minutes ago, how is he dead? Trump says he's dead, but he just posted 3 minutes ago. That don't make no sense. Here, look. So here's Khamenei's account on X. And it says 3 minutes ago he posted this, the Hyder, exalted Hyder. And then Trump says that Khamenei is dead. So which is it? All right, so let's go over to X and see. Let's go over to X and see what's going on there. Let's see how long ago he posted that. Let's see. Ali Khamenei. Okay, let's see. All right, here is Ayatollah Khamenei's Twitter account. He can't be dead if he's still posting, unless he's got social media guys out there helping him. So here's Khamenei. This is his official Twitter page. And let's see, let me turn this down. February 17th. I don't see any posts by him. That's got to be a fake post then. And the last time he posted was February 17th. Unless he posted it somewhere else. Or maybe this is it right here. His own, oh yeah, so he did 12 minutes ago. Look. So this is on the his Islamic site. 12 minutes ago. It's already got 8,000 likes. 23 minutes ago he posted, "I'm still alive. Don't believe them." An error occurred. Oh, wow, really? So what is Hyder? Exalted Hyder. What does that mean? I've never heard that phrase before. Let's see what that means. Okay, so this is the seventh and the last was famously styled as His Exalted Highness. Renowned as the world's richest man in the 1940s with a $2 billion fortune, he ruled the largest Indian princely state for what? Indian? Hyder? That can't be him. This has to be it right here. Oh, maybe it's Haider. Haider, exalted Haider. It's a prominent Islamic meaning lion, famously bestowed upon Ali ibn Abi Talib for his bravery, symbolizing strength and courage. So basically, he's talking about strength and courage as a lion, he's saying that that's what he's trying to say. So it's His Exalted Highness refers to the ruler Hyberadad. Okay, so Hyberadad. Let's see who that is. Let's see if that's an Islamic leader. Okay, is a preeminent political leader in Hyberadad. Okay, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so we don't know. Oh well. I'm not going to be able to figure that out yet. Okay, so just keep an eye on this, guys. I'll be right back. Also, make sure to share the feed, thumbs up the video, share it everywhere you can on your social media. Let everybody know the best coverage on YouTube for what is happening is right here at BP News. Let them know. And by the way, get connected to our app. If you're not connected to our app, you won't know when everything hits the fan. And so if more things start to hit the fan, here's what you do. Robert here at BP News. Wanted to let you know that we've got the early warning alert system set up. It is the BP News app. Don't miss out on breaking news when it happens in real time. You will get a push notification and or a text alert. In order to get the text alert, once you download the app, make sure you hit the right top hand corner icon, little person icon up there, and register with your phone number, and that way we can send you a text alert. Otherwise, just use it as a guest and get the push notification. That comes directly through the app, and you'll see an alert when we go live. Stay in touch with all of our social media as well here at BP News. God bless. Okay, so some more breaking news happened before I was able to get out of here. Hold on. Okay, so here it is. Let's see here. This is Trump's statement. Trump's statement on Truth Social. It says, Khomeini, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khomeini and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking system, and working closely with Israel, there was not one thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to back their country, to take back their country. We are hearing that many of the IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later they only get death. Hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting, in that not only the death of Khomeini, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week and or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. Okay, so this is going to lead to peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump. Okay, so that's Trump's statement. It looks like there's still a lot of incoming missiles, though, so I guess we'll wait till the Iranians say uncle. When they say uncle, then I guess we can say that we've won, right? Uncle. All right. Okay, also, really quickly, get your sprouting kits, get your vegetable intake on a daily basis with a stockpile of seeds right here at zeolite.blog. You know what? I did that wrong. And this is a great place to go get your stuff in bulk. Let me make sure I got this right here. And also, if you want to get a live coffee shout out on the air, do it through the link here. I'm not saying you can't use the super chats, but if you do want to get your message out there, hit that link right there where it says live on air coffee shout out, and you can send a message to everybody. It'll pop up on the screen. And like I said, if you want to be on YouTube in a conversation tonight at 6 p.m. for the prophetic deep dive, make sure you get on our Patreon account. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I just had to get a little bite to eat here. Just give me a few minutes. All right, so something else is coming in on the alerts for Israel. This is what we've been telling you guys right here. I talked about this guy. He was the one that told everybody about COVID before it got here. Read what he says. Read this, what he says.
Of something. The first thing that he heard was they were talking about the fact that Israel didn't look as if it was getting prepared to attack Iran anytime soon. This was a problem. Even back in June 2005, they were apparently concerned that what it was that was planned on some kind of a timeline wasn't rolling out according to schedule. They were in a hurry, and this is important to understand. They were in a rush to try and roll out this sequence of events. Now, what he described is what the sequence of events was. It starts with Israel attacking Iran. The plan is for either Iran or for China to retaliate after Iran is struck with a nuclear weapon. At that point, there will be a limited nuclear exchange in the Middle East, followed by a ceasefire. He heard this being planned in this meeting. This is being choreographed. It's like the script for a movie. This is exactly what's intended to happen. In this rollout of this crazy scenario, where it is intended that there will be a limited nuclear exchange in the Middle East, the idea is that as the world looks upon this with horror, then they will demand from their governments that there are heavy controls over travel, over communication, over people who meet, over people who protest in the streets. They want to make sure that they don't have crazy bombers on airplanes, crazy bombers in the shopping malls. They want to make sure, and because people will be driven into fear by this, they'll request and demand and insist on heavy controls from their governments, which will be justified. And this is where you're going to kind of get the martial law situation in all the Western countries. It's intended as a justification. All of this is just the start of something, because this story gets much bigger, and it's pretty horrifying.
Now, we were talking about this guy way back. He also said, this was a video from 2010. He also said that there would be a China sneeze, that it would come, and he predicted the whole COVID thing as well. And he called it the China sneeze. Let's see if I can find the video on this. Let's see. I'm going to say prediction. Oops. I guess they didn't. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. China will catch a cold. This was in $15 years ago. Now, listen to this guy for a second. I don't think we can show the whole thing because it's going to take forever. But let's just listen and see what he had to say here in the beginning. So this is what it says right here. This is where he got the information.
From Project Camelot and Project Avalon, and the date is the 16th of February 2010, and this is a bit of an unusual video presentation here because I'm taking the step of making a video as an interpretation and as a commentary on an audio interview which we did with an important witness who came and reported his story to Project Camelot a little while ago. About a couple of weeks ago. And as with many of our witnesses, this person wanted to remain anonymous, but he has agreed that we transcribe the audio, and so we've got this as a transcript. And this is going to be released at the same time as the video because it's important to be able to read the transcript at the same time as you're considering what I'm saying about it here. And as we come into this story, you're going to understand exactly why it's important to get all the information, to hold it all into a very fine balance. Now, this is a British person, and he worked in the British military for a number of years. And after he retired from the military, he worked in the City of London in a fairly senior position, in a respected position, in the City of London. And for those people watching this video who don't know about the City of London, the City of London is it's like an enclave. It's like a financial enclave in the heart of London itself. Some people consider it almost a little bit like the Vatican. It's very old, it's very ancient. It's the heart of the financial system, not only of Britain, but possibly the world. Many researchers consider that it's very likely that the City of London calls the shots on the financial systems in America. They've got control over the Federal Reserve, the Bank for International Settlements, a whole bunch of things that happen. This is like the nerve center of the financial world. And it's very Masonic, it's very ancient, it's very traditional. And our source attended a number of meetings with senior Masons. And while many of these were interesting, they were routine by City of London standards. They were discussing financial affairs and so on and so forth. And then in the June 2005, he attended another meeting that he thought was going to be a routine meeting, but actually this was something rather unusual, and he realized it was unusual as soon as he arrived. In fact, in his interview with us, the one which we have the transcript of, you will see that he says that he felt it was an accident that he was there. He shouldn't really have been there. He didn't know what was happening. And as such, he didn't really participate in the meeting. He was there as a little bit as a fly on the wall. He was just listening to what was happening. And at first he didn't even understand what was being discussed. Now, the people there were Masons. There were senior Masons. They were about 25 or 30 people there, including senior politicians who most people in the UK would recognize by name. I do not know who they were. He didn't name them, and I didn't ask them, but he said these are well-known names. The chief of police was there, representatives from the church, representatives from the military, 25 or 30 people. And as he listened to this story being discussed, it was an informal meeting. It wasn't like at a big table with kind of notepads and water glasses and minutes and an agenda and a chairman. There were just people in a room who were talking about all of this stuff. And what they were talking about was a plan that had clearly been made a long time ago. And what they were discussing was they were discussing the implementation of this plan. They were discussing how things were going, whether they were on track or not. And what, for example, to give a flavor of this, they were discussing between them some of the problems that they had in the implementation of their plan. And as this little presentation continues here, you'll realize what the plan was. And I'm going to be revealing this in very much the same way as it was revealed to our witness and as he revealed it to me, bit by bit, step by step. The first thing that he heard was they were talking about the fact that Israel didn't look as if it was getting prepared to attack Iran anytime soon. This was a problem. Even back in June 2005, they were apparently concerned that what it was that was planned on some kind of a timeline wasn't rolling out according to schedule. And this was an issue for them.
Hold on. All right, we already heard that part. Let me just scoot ahead. I want to hear the China sneeze part.
And the plan is to provoke Iran or China to retaliate. And our guy, our source, who is a military man, is privately as convinced as he can be, although this has never been made public and this is not publicly known, that Iran does have nuclear weapons. He believes that they have been provided by China behind the scenes. And all of this is intended because it's all right with these controlling forces that Iran has nuclear weapons, because they want them to be used. The plan is for either Iran or for China to retaliate after Iran is struck with a nuclear weapon. At that point, there will be a limited nuclear exchange in the Middle East, followed by a ceasefire. He heard this being planned in this meeting. This is being choreographed. It's like the script for a movie. This is exactly what's intended to happen. And during this time, the other thing that's being set up for this, and many people watching this will be aware that this is being set up in the background. We've had a lot of information about this from a number of good researchers from many countries who are reporting this on the internet, that things are being set up in many of the Western countries for there to be heavy controls over populations, martial law, increased powers on security forces who are not just the army or the police, but in Britain, for example, our source said that he absolutely knew personally for a fact, that a very large number of private security people, their powers were being increased to give them the ability to arrest people, the ability to detain, the ability to handle riots in streets. And here we're talking about just regular people working in private security, people who give the parking tickets on the streets. their powers are being increased in the same way. And last year, we heard President Obama talking about how he wanted to have a sort of national guard at home in America ready to handle this kind of thing. There are a lot of indicators that this is being set up. And in this rollout of this crazy scenario, where it is intended that there will be a limited nuclear exchange in the Middle East, the idea is that as the world looks upon this with horror, then they will demand from their governments that there are heavy controls over travel, over communication, over people who meet, over people who protest in the streets. They want to make sure that they don't have crazy bombers on airplanes, crazy bombers in the shopping malls. They want to make sure, and because people will be driven into fear by this, they'll request and demand and insist on heavy controls from their governments, which will be justified. And this is where you're going to kind of get the martial law situation in all the Western countries. It's intended as a justification. All of this is just the start of something, because this story gets much bigger, and it's pretty horrifying. And if watching this now you're feeling a little bit shocked, this is how I was feeling when I heard this information, and this is how our source was feeling when he was hearing this information in this meeting, because this is just the beginning. Now, during the time of this ceasefire, everyone's shocked, everyone's frightened, everyone's really terrified about where this is going to go. There are all kinds of heavy controls over populations everywhere. And then the next thing that happens in this chess game that's being played is that biological weapons are released on China. He heard this being discussed in this meeting. They will release a flu-like virus that will be genetically targeted against the Chinese population. It's racially targeted against the Chinese people. It's designed to spread like wildfire and to knock out a large number of the Chinese people. And these people in this meeting were laughing about this. They said, China will catch a cold. Those were their words. China will catch a cold. And they were laughing about the fact that these biological weapons will wreak havoc among the Chinese population. And after that, then what effectively will be a kind of plague will actually spread right across the world to the West as well. Our source was not clear whether this was a Chinese retaliation or whether the thing would just spread out of control in the way that it would be very understandable if it did, whether it's racially targeted or not. These things actually mutate. So now you've got a situation where there's been a limited nuclear war in the Middle East. There's a pandemic that really is sweeping across the world and really is killing people very visibly. And you've got this totalitarian military lockdown in all the governments in the Western world because everyone's going to be in panic about all of it.
Okay, so like I said, how many of you guys out there have heard this guy before? How many of you ever heard this? I'm just curious. How many of you out there have ever heard this? Is this the first time you're hearing this? Because I've known about this for a long time. And like I said, I put a lot of pieces of the puzzle together. And I'm just curious. I'm looking at the chat right now. Josh, you've heard it? You've heard this before? Okay. Who else out there has heard it? Let me ask you this. Who is that's listening to me now has heard this? This is the very first time you've ever heard this. MTM says hundreds of times. See, a lot of people that listen to me are aware of a lot of this stuff. They're kind of awoken, and I say the real awoken, not the fake awokers, those that are fake woke or red pilled. This is really the red pill right here, really. Yes, thank you, Mama Bear. You've heard it too, Judah. Okay, first time for you. What do you guys think? First time? Now, like I said, you saw the timestamp. That was 15 years ago. This was posted 15 years ago. Before COVID, before what you see happening now. Shelly says, and she follows me. Shelly, we've talked about it probably, gosh, might have been 10 years ago. I talked about this. I probably talked about it since, but sporadically. And you know how much I post. I'm doing almost a video a day, for the last 10 years. There's no way you're going to see everything. Everybody can't watch everything unless they're me. And even I forget what I said, 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So when you put the pieces together, it all makes kind of sense. It looks like it's happening right now, don't it? I mean, maybe the order is off, but I think they're going to do another pandemic. Looks like what they're doing right now is they're getting set up for the bird flu. And if you're really looking behind the scenes at what they're setting up, it looks like they're following this plan, what this guy said. I think they're going to release something here in the next, he gave the timeline. First, there's the attack, and then there's the bird flu. Now the China sneeze or whatever he called it. It's going to spread all over the world. That's exactly what happened with COVID. Now, COVID might have been a test run. I think COVID was a pre-planned test to see how far they could get with it, just to see. I think they knew that it wasn't going to succeed all the way, but that it would soften everything up. Now that they have this, they're initiating this plan. They may come back around with the bird flu thing as a and it's a bigger killer, because obviously if you get the bird flu as a human, your chances of living are 50%, supposedly, or worse. So this may be what they come back around with after they do this other initiated plan, which I have told you guys, I think there's going to be limited nuclear strikes. It's going to cause everybody to freak out in the whole world. Is going to basically beg for tyranny. After there's a threat to security, people really, and a real threat to security in terms of your ability to even stay alive, you're afraid that the whole world's going to be engulfed in, thermal nuclear war. You're going to call upon your government to do whatever it can to secure your future, to stay alive. Whatever it takes, lock me down, torture me, do whatever you want, but just please keep the world from destroying itself, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And by the way, he's talking to very high-level Masons. I should say he's listening in on high-level Masons' plan for what they believe to be the future of the world. And this was definitely something that sounds legit to me. But then again, it's up for speculation, according to what you think. So let's listen a little bit more, just out of curiosity here. I can't, I didn't really listen to this in a long, long, long time. It's been a long time since I heard this. So that's why I'm kind of listening to it again.
This. And then, he said, then the real war starts. Something that would be justifiably called the Third World War, with a much more major nuclear exchange. And at this point, I asked him, is this just about population reduction? What is this about? Why are they doing this? Why this insane Dr. Strangelove plan for just unleashing all of this stuff on the world? Why do it? Now, as our conversation went on, I started to find answers to those questions. Now, some of this is speculation. I want to share this speculation with you because it's important enough that we work together here to figure out what's going on. And there are some clues, there's some very important clues that I'm going to present to you here in this video. He said, absolutely, it's about population reduction. So I said, well, in this meeting, did they mention any figures? And he said, yes, they did, 50%. half the world's population. This is planned as per the Georgia Guidestones. For those of you who don't know what the Georgia Guidestones are, it's a stone monument in Georgia.
And by the way, those Georgia Guidestones were blown up not too long ago under Trump's watch. I believe it was was it right at COVID? I think it was during COVID, because people were all talking about COVID being connected to the Georgia Guidestones, and those things were blown up. Now, they were under 24/7 surveillance with camera systems and everything, because they had been targeted at certain points. There was no way that someone was just going to go in there and blow it up and then get away with it. But they did. How many of you guys remember when that happened? Let me just see what the date was. And if you don't know what the Georgia Guidestones are, I can tell that you're probably not following a lot of this anyway. Okay, so this happened. It was erected in 1980 in the county of Georgia, Elbert County, Georgia, out in the middle of nowhere. 19-foot tall granite monument, looked kind of like Stonehenge in a certain way, but it's smaller. And it was destroyed by a bombing in July of 2022. July 6, 2022. And I think the reason why they wanted to destroy it was because it was bringing too much attention to an agenda, maybe, or maybe they wanted the attention and that's why they did it. There was a reason why that it happened. But he's talking about the Georgia Guidestones here before they were destroyed.
Georgia in America that was erected anonymously a number of years ago. It's in 8 languages, and it's like an Illuminati manifesto for a new world, as it were. And just hold that thought about this being a manifesto for a new world. This is an important concept here in what I'm presenting. One of the key parts of this manifesto for this new world is that there should be a population of 500 million people. Now, 500 million people is an enormous reduction from the nearly 7 billion that we've got at the moment. That's pretty much 95% of people who would no longer be on this planet. And 50% is a step towards that. And there's a reason why they're doing all of this. There's a reason why they're in a hurry. There's a reason for this insanity. And when he was explaining this, then he said that they have a name for this plan. This project has got a name. And I said, well, what is this name? He said it is called the Anglo-Saxon Mission. The Anglo-Saxon Mission. Now, I'd heard that before. It was something historical, I think, to do with the Crusades quite a long time ago. But I hadn't heard it in the present day context, and neither had he. And later on, as he continued to tell his story, I began to understand what I thought this might be about. Hence the title of this video, and the reason why I want to share this information with you, because we need to work together to figure out what's going on here. It's extremely important to understand. There's a plan, I believe, that Hitler would be proud of, which is so evil, it's so Machiavellian, it's so hard to face up to, it's so unbelievable, that I need to put it on the table for you so that you can consider whether or not this might be a possibility. The plans that I've been describing are definitely a possibility, because he heard them with his own ears in this meeting. Everything I've described up until now, up to and including a major outbreak of hostilities after the limited war. So the sequence is as follows. The planned sequence is as follows. Israel attacks Iran, then there's a ceasefire, then during which time there is heavy governmental military controls over populations in all Western countries. Then China is attacked by a biological weapon. It's a flu-like disease that spreads like wildfire. This goes all over the world, and then they have a major Third World War And then, by this time, 50% of the population will be destroyed. And not only because of the war or the plague, but because, as many of you watching this will understand, the infrastructure goes down in situations like this. There's no food in the supermarkets, there's no gas in the pumps, the telecommunication goes down, there may not even be water coming out of the taps. People are kind of thrown back into a Victorian era without the facilities to handle this, because most people don't have their vegetable gardens, they don't have their horse and cart, they're not able to survive in the way that we used to be able to. We're very, very vulnerable in our technological advancement. We're extremely vulnerable, and of course the controllers know this. At this stage, our source was speculating about why are they in a hurry? Why do they want to do this? And there's a sort of heavy irony here, which is like, I was saying, well, if you're going to plan the Third World War, then why not take your time over it and get it right and do a really good job? You can, this could be in 20 years' time or 30 years' time, it doesn't really matter. Why is there in such a rush? And our source said that he felt, from inside information he's continued to receive, that this is still timed for something around 18 months from now. And that puts it around about the middle of 2011. He doesn't know this for sure because these events aren't calendar driven, they're actually event sequence driven. In other words, this has got to happen before that happens, and then after that the next thing can happen, then after that the next thing can happen. So a whole lot of things have got to be in place before all the dominoes fall over, so to speak. And they seem to be behind schedule in some of this. There are some planned events that definitely haven't happened. One of the things which I remembered when I was hearing this story was that our source, Henry Deacon, and many of you who've watched Project Camelot videos and read their reports for the last 3 years will know that when we met Henry Deacon in 2006, he said that in his own inside information was that there would be a war against China in 2008. Now that didn't happen. And all this time, at that time it didn't make any sense, and even now it didn't make any sense. It's like, well, all right, but why do this? Why do this? Why do this? Now, this was his answer. And our source is a pretty smart guy. He's been in the military. It's a totally different story that he didn't debrief in our audio transcript, which you have the opportunity to read, but he's had his own ET experiences in the military. He's got his own sources of information about some of the background for this. He says that he's as sure as he can be that the people who are calling the shots in the world, you can call them the Illuminati, the controllers, the cabal, whatever name you have for them, they believe that there is going to be what he called a geophysical event, a major geophysical event. He says that the best information that he's got is that the insiders believe that this is going to happen, or they are concerned that this is going to happen. And many of you watching this will know that this isn't a completely crazy idea. There have been trillions of dollars that have been spent on deep underground bases for some reason which we don't know why it is. You'll know about the seed bank in Svalbard. This is in the public domain, where all the seeds of all the plants and all the crops in the world have been buried deep inside a granite vault in northern Norway. There are many precautions being taken as if something might happen that could really threaten some of these valuable resources, including the seed banks of the world. Now, if there is going to be a geophysical event as they believe, this is because it seems to be preserved Illuminati inside knowledge, whether it's true or not, that there are repeated cyclical geophysical events about every 11,500 years. Information about what really happened to Atlantis was very probably in the Great Library of Alexandria that burnt down a couple of thousand years ago. There are persistent rumors that much of that information has been retrieved and it's in the Vatican Library. This is information which is not in the public domain and which the insiders may have access to. Whether it's accurate or not, the important thing is to realize that they probably believe that this will happen and they're making their precautions. And this might be the justification for this insanity that we've just heard about in this plan. Consider this. He said, if there's going to be a major geophysical event, something like a pulse shift, maybe it's Planet X, maybe it's some kind.
Now, they're saying, too, the apophysis, incoming apophysis, is supposed to be so close to the Earth, and they're not even sure how it's going to affect the Earth, but it's so close to the Earth that it will be underneath our orbiting satellites. That's actually a hit. But they say that it's not. They're trying to tell the public that it's far enough away that it's not going to excuse me, that it won't harm the planet, but it is still, even in their estimation, very, very, very close. So if they're off, and there's been warnings by very high-level scientists that say that the public is not being told of the dangers of this incoming astronomical body, which is called apophysis, that people would literally freak out if they knew how close this thing is supposed to be. I think it's coming in 2000 asteroid. It's an asteroid. 2029. So this thing is 340 meters or 1,100 feet, potentially hazardous asteroid. They say that will safely pass within 20,000 miles of Earth, closer than many satellites, on Friday, April 13, 2029. Originally feared to have a high impact probability, it has been ruled safe for at least 100 years. The 2029 close approach will make it visible to the naked eye for billions, serving as a major scientific opportunity for study. Now, they're saying that those calculations are off and that it is a lot closer than what people realize, according to some very high-level scientists. Now, when you talk about 20,000 miles, that's really not that far, and there's a lot of potential error calculations for air there that could possibly have an impact, and they're saying that there's a very good chance it could. Can you imagine? That would be an Earth-ending event, or at least an extinction-level event. Maybe not Earth-ending, but it would definitely affect the planet's population in such a way that it would probably be like it would definitely affect the weather. It would affect tectonics. I mean, I don't even think we could even understand the effects that it would have on the planet, except we go back in the geological record. But maybe this is what he's talking about. Maybe this is what he's talking about.
Kind of energetic phenomenon that the solar system is going to be moving into, that's going to somehow destabilize the Earth or the Earth's crust in some way. We don't know. But if there were to be a major emergency like that, something that would actually make a war look very inconsequential, the thing that will help the human race to survive it, or will help parts of the human race to survive it, is if there is already emergency preparedness in place before it happens. In other words, if you knew that there was an emergency coming, if you knew, for instance, that there's a hurricane coming in to hit your city, Then you put all the emergency preparedness in place beforehand. You have the troops ready, you have the infrastructure ready, you have the military ready, you have everything that you need ready to handle this situation so you can respond and react and recover in the best possible way. Our source suggests that the reason for this whole Third World War scenario is that then the Western governments, with the Chinese out of the way, will be in a state of such totalitarian control of their own population that they will be best equipped to recover and rebuild the new world after a cataclysm. And he thinks that this is what's happening. And I have to tell you that this terrible logic makes sense to me, that they would think that way. I'm not for a moment agreeing that this will happen. I think this is wild, crazy stuff, but if they believe that it's going to happen, then this could be their justification for this kind of plan that we've heard about is really being discussed. And this now is my own speculation right now, which also makes sense to me. And I invite your comments and your thoughts about this. We need to work together to figure out what's happening here. It's called the Anglo-Saxon Mission. What that told me was that the reason for the name is because this is a white racist agenda for the inheriting of the new earth. It's a plan that Hitler would be proud of. If they think that a new earth needs to be rebuilt, a new world, think of that little phrase there. If a new world needs to be rebuilt after a cataclysm, they want the Anglo-Saxons to be doing it. They don't want the Chinese to be doing it. They get the Chinese out of the way first, and then the Anglo-Saxons will inherit this new world with the other nations, the Asian nations, the African nations, the South American nations. Presumably, it is assumed that they won't have the resources to be able to handle the situation in any kind of a way that gives them the strength to recover after whatever it is that they think is going to occur. So there are several other parts of this which also fit, and one of the reasons why this is an important presentation to make personally is my own personal thoughts, because up until now I've been following a lot of the well-founded research on these sorts of agendas. We've had our own sources of information over the last 3 years. But I've always had questions in my mind, like, why would they do this? You know, war against China, why? Third World War, why? And suddenly, a lot of these things start to make a little bit more sense. It's possible, for example, that when we heard from Jordan Maxwell in our interview with him, which we did at the end of last year, 2009, he described to us how he had researched a number of repeating symbols and images that had been used ever since the time of Hitler, and even long before that, about the dawn of a new day. There's something very important in Masonic and Illuminati thinking about the dawn of a new day. And here we have possibly the reason for their belief that if you think about the possibility of a cataclysm, if they think
a golden age. The golden age. It's a golden age. I told you it's occultic. The whole idea of the golden age. You know, ever heard of that order of the Golden Dawn? The Golden Dawn. And that's not dawn as in Donald. It's dawn as in the dawning of a new age, right? A golden age. A golden dawn. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Right. Okay, so here we go.
I think this is really going to happen. The 2012 movie that many of you will have seen. And here we have possibly the reason for their belief that if you think about the possibility of a cataclysm, if they think this is really going to happen, the 2012 movie that many of you will have seen. After all of the flood and all of the earthquakes and tsunamis, then you've got these big ships sailing across a calm sea with the sun streaming through the clouds, and you've got the dawn of a new day, and the implication in that movie is that now those people will be able to rebuild the new earth because those are the survivors. It's the modern day Noah's Ark. It's possible that the dawn of the new day, that it refers to that. And it even occurred to me, and I'd be interested for other researchers to offer their views on this, that the very term the New World Order that we first started to hear about 20 years ago, actually longer ago than that, but the New World might be the post-cataclysmic world. The New World, it might be the order for the New World after the cataclysm. They may be planning who will inherit the New World. It may be nothing less than this. Maybe this is what the New World Order is all about. It really is the order, the plan for the new world that they think is coming. They think this is going to happen. Now, I say again, it's very, very important to differentiate out all of this information here. I don't believe this is going to happen at all, but they might be doing something crazy to try and safeguard what they believe is their own interests. This is what we need to be aware of here. And what I want to do is I want to just state really clearly why there are profound reasons for not believing that anything like this is going to happen. There are a lot of things that haven't happened which were intended to happen. Many of you will remember I think it was the 30th of August 2007, there was a B-52 bomber that flew halfway across America from Minot Air Force Base to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana with 6 armed nuclear cruise missiles on its wingtips, something that could never happen by accident. It was illegal, it should never have happened. You can't even smuggle a bullet out of the weapons storage area in an Air Force Base without there being a whole bunch of signatures and everybody knowing about it, let alone making the mistake of loading armed cruise missiles onto a B-52 bomber with nobody noticing it. There was a reason why that happened, and that was actually prevented from going any further. It stopped at Barksdale in Louisiana. Some very brave airmen blew the whistle on that, and they did their job, and they reported it up the line. It appeared very, very briefly in the mainstream media, and after that it was completely covered over, and everyone said it was a mistake. That was no mistake. There was a reason why they did that, and what many of you don't know is that at that same time, at the end of August, a group of anonymous investors bet $2 billion that the stock market would fall by 50% before the 21st of September 2007. They stood to gain $4.5 billion if their bet had succeeded. These were what are known as put options. And the insiders in the stock market, they call them bin Laden trades. It's a sort of ironic description because of the betting that took place around about 9/11. Okay, those people lost their bet. It didn't work. The plan didn't work. The stock market didn't fall. The bomber never went any further. And for all we know, that was intended to be the start of the Third World War. It never happened. Okay? We heard a few minutes ago, I was describing how Henry Deacon described that the war against China was meant to start in 2008. That didn't happen. A lot of people thought that was crazy. A lot of people thought he was crazy. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he heard something that was a real plan, but they're 2 years behind schedule, and maybe this will never happen at all. There are a number of other things that may have been planned and which have never transpired. It's very interesting to think about the so-called Mexican flu outbreak, the swine flu outbreak. For the last 6 to 9 months, we've been looking at a scenario where it looked as if they wanted to roll out vaccinations, they wanted a lot of people to get ill, they wanted to announce a pandemic. Even now, there have been proposals to extend this pandemic declaration for another 2 years, and nothing's happening. In England, we call it a storm in a teacup. There's nothing happening here, but maybe something was intended. Now, if it wasn't intended, it's possible that all of that could have been some kind of a test to see how people respond, to see how people react, to see how quickly it spreads, to see what the take-up of the vaccinations will be. And then, of course, us at Project Camelot and a number of other people who've been activists in this whole area trying to draw attention to all of this. Now we're all on a database. They know who's going to stand up and start talking about all of this stuff. So it might have been an experiment, or it could have been a failed rollout of something. There's plenty of reason to believe that things are changing. This is the important thing. And those of you who've been following the work of David Icke, this is an important perspective here, because
All right, so that's it. Let's just move on. Something else here. Just so you know, that's kind of the gist of what he was saying, I guess. So it looks like the AP is still following this. This is still a live feed. Haifa, Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem. Doha, down below. All right, guys, it looks like more incoming missiles are coming in. Share it on your social media. Share it on your social media. Incoming missiles.
The mountain, the mountain, the mountain, the mountain, the mountain, the mountain.
All right. Hi, guys. Nice to meet you. This record is really special. You've done something really special with this album. You know, for so many reasons, it's incredibly personal to you. We'll get into all of that, but it's about to be in people's hands. What does this moment feel like, knowing, okay, this is about to be with everyone. It's no longer just ours.
I mean, honest. Yeah. I'll do it a bit more like. It's a bit. It's a bit.
All right, guys, I'm just going to leave this on. I'm going to be here back live at 6, so a little bit before 6, and I'll restart the stream at 6. And then, so right now I'm just going to keep it going. So if you guys want to just sit and watch the feed, but I got to take a break. I got to go off and do a few things, and I'll be back at around, I don't know, sometime around 5:30 or so. I should be back on. But I'll be back on to talk. But what I might do is cut the feed and then restart the stream for the prophetic deep dive conversation. So yeah, let's just put it on hold for a little bit here while you guys sit back. If you want to keep an eye on the feed here, you can. Like I said, we'll be back in just a little while, okay? All right, God bless. Really quick, just before you go there, Judah, one thing I would say is that the Bible says not to be ignorant of the devil's devices. And also 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 talks about being aware and understanding the time of his return is connected to the revealing of the Antichrist. So in order to understand the timeline of events as they unfold, that is the spirit of prophecy, right? The testimony of Jesus is the correct spirit of prophecy. There's too many incorrect spirit of prophecies out there that people are saying are the prophecies of the Lord, but they're misinterpreting the timeline because they don't have a relationship or a true testimony of Christ. And so they don't know when the Antichrist is going to appear. They're not going to see it. They're going to be deceived by it. A lot of the church is going to be deceived by it. They're going to go along with it thinking that they're wise when really they're fools. And so all I'm telling you is that the Bible is very clear that we are to discern the times and the seasons. That doesn't mean that we're wanting to see the Antichrist more than Jesus, because obviously we're looking to Jesus for our salvation, and we look to him every day in our prayers and our worship and everything that we give to him. But he also tells us that we're not supposed to be ignorant of our enemy. So we have to be aware of that part of our salvation. Now, if you're just focusing on one person's thought that you don't agree with, then yeah, you're going to think that's all they ever think about, because that's all you're thinking about is that they've got it wrong. So if you're always focused on an error, then that's all you're going to ever see. It's kind of like someone always focused on one person's faults, but they don't see the rest of the big picture of who they are. It's because they've got some issues. So we got to make sure that our perspective is in context. So I always tell people make a contextual visual of the kingdom and of God and of Christ, and also of your brothers and your sisters and your everyday life. Make sure you know your history. Don't repeat it. Make sure you're a person that knows what it truly means to repent and hears from God, so that you can know your future. God gives us an insight into the things that are to come. And that's because we do have the Spirit of Christ, or the mind of Christ. Amen? So with that just being said, make sure that focus is very good on that part. Amen. God bless. I'll be back, guys, in a little bit, okay? We'll talk to you soon.
עשיתי את הפעם ראשונה עם, כאילו, היא התחילה איתי עם Facciamo partire l'auto perché c'è il tema andare a oggi aspetta che
No crazy war. No. No. No, no crazy war. What's going on, everybody? Okay, so, hey, I'm here. I'm going live. But I'm going to shut this stream off. Before I do. Are you guys ready? I'm sorry I'm late. I am so sorry. But I'm here now. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do it from here tonight. 'Cause since all this stuff is going down, we're just going to be on the stream. I think I'm going to end this stream and I'm going to restart. Are you guys there? Anybody there? No crazy war. All right. Are you guys ready? I'm a half an hour late. That's still considered fashionable. A half an hour is still fashionable? What's going on, Freedom? Freedom is deep. Deeply freedom. Filled with deep freedom. You're here too, Timothy? Okay, good deal. I hear crows in the background. This is very strange. A-Dub, what's going on? Carol, you're listening to the birds, I know, huh? This feed is for the birds. Look at how dark it looks, though. Pretty dark looking. All right. Hey, Jude, what's going on? Kathleen. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut this stream off and start a new stream. Okay. So we're going to shut this one off, and I'm going to promote the next stream. Okay. So give me about 5 or so minutes. I had to catch up on some sleep. I just hadn't had sleep in like 2 days, hardly at all. So I had to sleep a little bit. You can hear my little birdies in the background. Yeah, they're all like popping out of their shells. Loren, how's it going? Okay, so I'm gonna be back in like, just give me like 10 minutes at the most. It'll probably be like 5 minutes, but just hold tight, okay? All right, so everybody's popping back over here, and I just want to make sure we started a fresh stream. A fresh stream. We need freshness, don't you think? Okay, I'll be back. Yeah, I got coffee. I think it's late. You think that's fake? Usually it's a rooster. Oh, no. I know, huh? Oh, you're talking about that bird? That sounds like a crow. No, it's probably real. There's probably... These people, you know, in foreign countries like that, they've got all kinds of weird birds. Seriously, they raise all kinds of stuff. They raise all kinds of weird animals in these foreign countries. You'd be surprised. Just go to a wet market and you'll see what I'm talking about. I know this is middle. That sounds like what? Oh my gosh. That sounds like a cat fight. It sounded like a cat fight. Uh-oh, they're about to launch some big attacks right now. We just got word. So we're gonna do a prophetic deep dive here while I'm on the air, okay? This is what we're going to do. While we're sitting here watching all this stuff, I know. Did you hear that? That was crazy. Those cats are like in World War III. That's like a World War III cat fight. That's what it looks like to me, what's going on. You got like 5 cats now going all crazy. I'd say it's the end of the world. The little bit of coffee I got left is okay. I just had to reheat it. All right, guys. So here I go. I'm cutting off the stream, and I'll be back just in a few minutes. So stay tuned. Stay tuned to station identification.